by armed invaders, a few hardy refugees faced the prospect of starting again. They would found a new village deep in the countryside. The first priority was locating a reliable food source. The simplest source was gathering from nature.
Yaru, apple.
Queta, meta, huh? Apple. Quiera.
With a healthy supply of food, the village could start to grow. To do so, it would need more hands to share the work.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yaru, Gathway.
The new workforce could now turn to the growing village's needs. First, they would build a mill near their food source, so villagers could drop off gathered berries more easily.
Queta. It's a wheeler. Where can?
Next, the growing village would need wood to build with.
Yaru. Huende.
Huh? Huende, Queta. Yes, Sammy and...
Queta. Firauda. Yes, Samiende.
The growing community now had a steady supply of lumber. To make wood collection easier, villagers could erect a lumber camp near the forest.
Huh? Where can they?
Thanks to the camp, villagers no longer needed to travel as far to drop off lumber. The village now required additional houses to support its growing population.
Where can they? Yaru. Where can they?
Yeah.
Done.
Where can they?
Huh? Where can they? Yeah,
With
what?
additional housing in place, even more villagers could join the workforce. But a populous village would soon exhaust the natural food sources. To grow, the community needed dedicated farms.
Where can? Quetta. Where can they?
Quetta. Workan. Yeah,
Woodsmen and farmers now kept the village well supplied. Further growth required knowing the countryside and finding more resources. For that, communities employed scouts. Able to move quickly and see great distances, scouts were key to discovering new resources. The most important thing for a scout to locate was a ready source of gold.
Asterende! Yeherende! Asterende! Yes, sir. Koslich! Yeah!
To prevent having to haul ore large distances, expanding communities would establish a mining camp near the source of gold.
Yaru!
Yeah. Where can? Dawn.
A well-placed camp ensured efficient gold mining. With a good supply of gold, the village was becoming a large town. The signpost of this growth would be the construction of a large landmark.
Huh? Work ended.
With the landmark in place, the once sleepy village announced itself as a thriving feudal township. The townsfolk had been driven from their homes before, however. This time, they would defend themselves. The first step would be constructing a barracks for infantry.
Each a worker.
Yes, sir. West Duhala.
There you worker.
Once it had a barracks, the town could establish a standing force of soldiers. Simple infantrymen armed with spears were a common choice for these militias.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The town now had a militia and could look to reclaim the lands lost to invasion. The invaders had blocked the road north with a stout palisade. Although spears were of little use against these walls, the militia could burn down the obstacle with torches.
Hurrah! Each way. Garu, Ferra. Cometh on! Astirath, Garwigan. Garwigan, forward. Here send the shield pending!
With the road open, the militia could now reclaim their lands in the north.
Rit nu. Mid-May. Agnawa.
First, the spearmen had to deal with a lone sentry.
Mid-May. Each will.
Advancing aggressively, the militia eliminated the enemy sentry. The invaders had a small cavalry camp guarding the road, but the militia was ready to attack.
Forcat Firas!
Spears were highly effective against cavalry, allowing the militia to win the day. All that remained was to destroy the invaders' stables. The invaders' cavalry post was destroyed, but other enemy positions awaited further up the road. Hostile archers defended the next camp, which would put spearmen at a disadvantage. The township needed cavalry of its own to deal with this, and so would need to build stables. To deploy that cavalry quickly, the town needed to build their stables near the front lines. Fortunately, friendly villagers came out of hiding and joined the effort.
Gereth Opa.
It's Libya!
And you work it. You win day off. Charles der Fende Hestum! Eat your worker! Isala!
Garu uppe Agnawa!
With stables in place, the town could field horsemen of its own.
Fair enough.
Hera Opper.
The town now had a rapid light cavalry, skilled at harassing slower targets, such as archers.
Eat your look at that.
Heras, each a volley. Ferret, Eowegan. Yes, sir. Leteth Uskan. Sekende Nu.
Cavalry eliminated the enemy archers and moved on to destroying the archery range itself. The invaders' archers and their camp were destroyed. A final enemy emplacement remained, one fortified with palisades and defended by spearmen. To deal with this target, the town would need longbowmen. First, they needed to build archery ranges in the area regained from the invaders. Once more, friendly villagers arrived to help.
Dije obviese.
Guardia, each year.
Hera Opper. Eat your worker.
Yes, sir. Fair done.
Your way, Eowarler. Each Timbra Theos.
There you worked it.
With several archery ranges in place, the town could add longbowmen to its forces. A strong force of archers could eliminate enemy spearmen at a distance, so long as they took the proper position.
Nu gelast. Verath began.
Guardia, cometh honor. Ritanu. A Stigeth Otway.
fletcher.
Poised on a cliff top, the longbowman would be protected from an infantry charge.
List cometh honor. Each your way.
The last of the invaders fell to the resurgent homegrown population. Now that their lands were free of enemies, the town could take the next step in its growth and become a powerful medieval city. Here too, the erection of a great landmark would be the signpost of this growth.
Yes, sir. Questo hala? Yes, sir. Questo hala? And you work it.
Yaru to work.
Where a few lowly refugees had founded a small village, now rose a mighty city. From there would grow an empire. Some events leave a deep mark on history, but none on the land. This is the site of the Battle of Hastings. After almost 1,000 years, no traces of the bloody conflict can be seen. But here, the fate of England turned. It's where a king was killed, and his victor claimed the throne. October 14th, 1066. We know what happened here on this day, thanks to this. The Bayeux Tapestry. A carefully preserved, illustrated record of events. It shows the main players. Harold, the newly crowned Anglo-Saxon King of England, and his challenger, William, Duke of Normandy. William claimed the previous king had promised him the crown. So, he assembled an army and prepared to sail to England to fight King Harold for the throne. But a storm thwarted his plans. Meanwhile, Harold discovered that a Viking invasion had landed in the north. Another threat to his crown. So he raced to fight them. In France, William waited for the right conditions to sail across the Channel to England. The weather cleared. he seized his chance. "250 miles north, Harold had defeated the Vikings. Now, hearing of William's arrival, his army sped south. At 9 o'clock in the morning, on this hill, William's Norman army were ready to do battle with Harold's Anglo-Saxon men. The stage was set, and up for grabs, England itself. On October 14th, 1066, William of Normandy stood ready for battle at the base of a hill. The high ground belonged to King Harold of England and his Anglo-Saxon army. Here, on this hilltop, the fate of England would be decided.
Soyez prêts, compagnons.
William's Norman army made the first charge, launching a direct assault on the shield wall. Though William's army fought fiercely against the shield wall, it would not yield. As one man fell, another took his place. Overlapping shields in tight formation made for a near impenetrable barrier. Realizing his army could not break the shield wall, William called for a retreat. William's feigned retreat was working. The Anglo-Saxon army broke their shield wall formation, leaving gaps for William to make a move. With Harold's men no longer in shield wall formation, William could pick them off as they charged. More Norman men-at-arms reinforced William's army.
Destrier rivegne.
Competenza! Non requisisons! Offrons la bataille, Monseigneur!
The Anglo-Saxons had deployed rows of spearmen to push back the invaders. But William had an answer. His sharp-eyed archers. Anglo-Saxon archers joined the fray, and the Normans' deadly cavalry ready to charge. But first, William's forces had to eliminate the enemy spearmen, whose sturdy polearms could easily bring down a horse. With the threat of spearmen cleared from the field, William's cavalry was free to charge at the Anglo-Saxon archers. The Anglo-Saxon army was in disarray. Their shield wall had been neutralized, and their numbers were dwindling. Now the only thing standing between William and victory was King Harold himself. The last of Harold's men encircled their king, prepared to lay down their lives to save his. The Anglo-Saxon King Harold had fallen. In the confusion, some loyal soldiers fought to the death, while others scattered in panic. Leaderless and defeated, the last of the Anglo-Saxon army fled for their lives. The Normans celebrated victory over the English king, but William's quest to rule England was just beginning. At the Battle of Hastings, the death of one man changed the course of history. The Anglo-Saxon King Harold was killed here, on England's south coast. His army defeated by William of Normandy. Anglo-Saxon rule was over forever. At Westminster Abbey on Christmas Day 1066, William was crowned the first Norman King of England. Now he had to secure power across the country. He began by stamping his mark on the landscape, building cathedrals and castles at strategic locations. Nothing like them had been seen in England before. They reminded the Anglo-Saxon population exactly who was in charge. But not all were content with living under Norman rule. Anglo-Saxon revolts broke out across the country. King William acted quickly to crush these rebellions. But there was one region where dissent was spiraling out of control. The north of England. In 1069, a group of lords from Northumbria formed an alliance with Viking invaders. Together they approached Norman-held York, a large city with an important cathedral, still protected by ancient Roman walls. But the walls couldn't save York. The city and the castle fell to the rebels. William's new kingdom was under threat. He had to get the city back under Norman control.
Leave me alone!
William had no choice but to order his men north. But as the Norman forces set off on their long march towards York, how much resistance from the rebels would they encounter? William the Conqueror marched north, with his army of Normans determined to take back the rebel-held city of York. But in his path stood rebel towns that harbored William's northern enemies. He would take the towns back by force.
Incontinent. Votre jetzt pose à moi.
The Normans captured the town of Middlethorpe, establishing their presence in the north. With reinforcements to his army soon arriving, William would need more resources to supply them.
Escoltez-vous! Chevalier! Quand je commande, avance!
What? Colonel Espérance. Orchestre. Laburo. Comprendo. Sì, laburans. Massono. Bene. Laburans la terre. Edifico. Laburo. Laburo. Bene. Sì, laburans.
Sì. Ubi vado? Seco. Quod? Alla materia. Me. Ambulo. Materia.
Sì.
Ascolto. Seco.
Sì. Movens. Ambulo. Secco. Ascolto.
Ascolte.
Orchestre.
Massono.
Intendo.
Edifico.
Comprendo. Ubi Baras. Edifico Bay.
The Norman army was now well supplied by a town, but it would take a sustained effort to keep the army at full strength.
Attention! Bene.
Another rebel town, Fulford, stood in defiance to William's rule.
Bassono.
Mandements. Bene. Bassono!
Successo!
Colonne Sparaz! Comprendo. Escolto. Ok. Alla materia. Felice et beat.
Ecce mandement. Bon, vamos, Valetuts. Vado labura.
Buon lavoro.
Attendez les...
Avant, compagnon.
Certes. Au vostre service. Avertissez votre courage, compagnon. Compagnon. Au vostre service. Avant, compagnon. Incontinent. Retraites vos appuis. Avant, compagnon. Retraites vos appuis. Vos compagnon. Je suis votre serveuse.
With the Fulford rebels eliminated, William was one step closer to York.
L'heure est si comme vos voldres.
Knowing he would face strong resistance in the city, William prepared to bolster his cavalry.
Toutes unités. Cosa essere massonata?
Vale.
Beneffect. Comme me.
Comprendo.
With their stables in place, the Normans could add more cavalry to their army.
Ascolte bene.
Ok.
Temps de retournar. Io ma sono la cose. Udite. Obeio. Mi plette.
Attendez les commandements. Por vostre service. Apertisez vostre courage, compagnon.
Prest pour une sanglante.
Soyez prest, compagnon.
Pour votre service. Incontinent.
William's ultimate goal was within his grasp. All that remained was to enter York and destroy its keep.
Apertisez vostre courage, compagnon.
The Norman army came under attack from a new enemy, the Danes.
Soyez prest, compagnon.
Parats pour la bourra. Ecceliment de Vito.
William's army held back the Danes' attack, but they threatened to return unless William paid them in gold.
Scara formata. Cavallarios, quitamos. A calque, cavallarios. Sito. Odio. Enzala. Sì. Sì.
The Normans discovered the source of the Danes' threat, an outpost on the water. William had a choice: bypass the encampment, destroy it, or pay the Danes the gold they demanded.
Bene udite.
Attendeți les commandements.
The Norman army poured into York and began sacking the town as they bore down on the keep. In destroying the Dane outpost, William stripped the rebels of a crucial ally. The keep fell to the Norman army, and York was secured. The Northern Rebellion was over, and William the Conqueror was uncontested as King of England. The Conqueror had recaptured York from the rebels. Now he wanted to teach them a lesson for defying him. He began a brutal campaign of destruction to crush any further resistance, known as the Harrying of the North. Villages and crops were destroyed. It is said 100,000 people were killed. With ruthless efficiency, William the Conqueror had secured obedience in his new kingdom. But it wasn't to last. It would be thrown into chaos by his own children. When William the Conqueror died in 1087, his favorite son succeeded him, King William II, known as William Rufus. But 13 years into his reign, disaster struck. While out hunting, he was killed. William's youngest brother took his place as King Henry I. But there was a problem. At the time, Henry's elder brother, Robert, Duke of Normandy, had been on crusade. When he returned, he was furious that Henry had grabbed the throne. From Normandy, Robert attempted to invade England to claim the crown from his brother. But he failed and returned home. In retaliation, Henry struck back. In a reversal of 1066, he crossed the Channel and invaded Normandy, intent on undermining his brother Robert's rule. His first target was Bayeux. This rich and splendid city was one of the jewels of Normandy. Henry was to begin his campaign by unleashing his forces on the city. Bayeux was about to feel the wrath of the English army. In the brotherly feud over Normandy, King Henry I set out to make an example of Bayeux, a town still loyal to his brother Duke Robert. Henry's archers took up position on high ground outside the city and faced an immediate attack by Robert's cavalry patrol. Having deployed their palings, Henry's archers were well protected against the cavalry charge. They defeated the first patrol. As Henry set his sights on burning Bayeux, more reinforcements arrived to join his army.
Haltet die Hände!
The English approached Bayeux and saw that its towering stone walls would not be breached by manpower alone. Henry would need siege equipment and a defensible location to construct it.
Look at your be ready, friends. Nu, Tulkes. Certes. It is Sita for Actus. Ich shall lay Duce is none more dead.
Henry now called for the services of a blacksmith to bolster the siege effort.
Hjärtat uppe. Ain't you working? Yes,
With a blacksmith on hand, Henry's infantry would soon be ready to construct siege equipment.
It's timber theos. Idzie bruke dat. Ik will do it.
Your way on Harethra.
Yes, yes,
Eat your work.
You're ready.
Nu, ik wil.
Idzie bruke dat.
Henry's infantry could now construct battering rams, siege weapons designed to break open fortress walls.
It shall be timbered.
You're to work.
Here off Neodnich.
And you work, eh? Off each a guy. Fece dei wudu.
Strelboren Yerwa. Beodeth me. That Timbrin shall bail. Strelboran, Zite.
Anche Warka.
What Hestes? On well gender new. Pierdu siaru workende.
Ich air.
We're beyond the short tonight.
Bayer's walls had failed, and Henry's men could now storm the city. Robert's garrison made a last stand to defend Bayeux, but Henry would show no mercy in cutting them down and burning their city. As Bayeux burned and the people fled in terror, King Henry basked in the victory over his brother Duke Robert. But Henry would not stop until all of Normandy was back under the English crown. While Bayeux burned, King Henry pressed his advantage. Seizing key fortifications and buying the loyalty of powerful lords, Henry loosened his brother's grip over Normandy. At Tinchebray in 1106, brother would fight brother for final claim to their father's lands. Determined to claim Normandy and capture his brother, Duke Robert, King Henry besieged the castle at Tinchebray. But the direct assault on the formidable stone castle was failing. Unable to breach the towering walls, the king devised a new plan to capture his brother. Henry would force Robert to defend his lands from attack by razing the villages of Martigny and Fresnes.
Forthwarde freques, mit baldenes. Ut readeth nu, Tulcus. Andente to servant.
Hartes je Hände!
To goad Robert out of his stronghold, Henry's men would burn the village to the ground.
At me no more. Spiritura foemen. Storende.
The village of Martigny was destroyed, but still Robert did not emerge to face Henry outside the castle. Henry would have to raise the stakes. Next, he targeted the village of Fresnes.
He shall lay it down.
Henry could buy reinforcements from nearby allies, if he could procure the gold to pay them. Henry paid his ally in Tosny and received a regiment of soldiers.
Look, you'll be ready, Freckes. He shall lay it down. It is Sitha for Actus. Ut readeth nu, Tulkas. Nu, Tulkas, set at me no word. Further. Get to the ready for today is not good dead. For one day records. It wilderness. All is with me.
Henry received word that Robert had sent for a fresh army to aid in defending his position at the castle. Henry had to eliminate these new forces before they could combine with the garrison at Tinchebray.
He shall lay it down. Ut readeth nu, Tulkas.
Forward, Freckes, mit Balvenes.
By eliminating Robert's incoming army, Henry had thwarted his brother's attempt at strengthening the castle's defenses.
We shall lay it down. Forward, Freckes, mit Balvenes.
At the hands of Henry's army, the village of Fresnes was in ruins. Henry's provocations had paid off. Robert finally emerged from the castle to face his brother in open battle.
Ut readeth nu, Tulkas. At me no word, further.
Henry sent gold to his ally in men and received fresh reinforcements. Henry's ally in Bayeux sent reinforcements in exchange for gold.
It is Caesar for Actus.
King Henry's tactic of luring Robert into the open had worked. Henry captured his brother, and Normandy was his. William the Conqueror's sons had resolved their long feud over Normandy, with King Henry wresting possession away from his brother. But the French King Louis VI would not accept Henry's heir as the future Duke of Normandy. Henry's fragile power would face its first test, an invasion by the French king. In the disputed countryside between Normandy and France, a smouldering farmstead gave away the beginnings of a French invasion. At the head of the vast army stood King Louis of France himself. An English scout hastily rode to inform King Henry of England, who was still en route to defend his borders. Hearing of the threat, villagers and guards fled their English-held towns and retreated to the stronghold of Fleury. Above all, the English forces in Normandy had been commanded to hold the town of Fleury and await King Henry's arrival.
Eat your willa. Eat your folie. Eat your era. Treat to new. As the village of Cressenville fell, all English hopes lay in holding Fleury for the king's arrival.
Lister.
Yes, sir.
Jaru Hessum.
Markiert Steranda-Thema.
And your Hestes, yes, sir. Understood. Eat your work,
Astira, Garwigan.
Muscaras, Valentine Muscara. Heldifus Huscala. Yalyaru Huscala. Huscala.
Cometh on. Fully in the Hess.
Hartes je hände!
Unter je Teerpan!
See, take the worker.
The town of Granville succumbed to the French, and the English were pushed back towards Fleury.
En Ted glidande ne hurtus no never down.
Freckers, ex behester.
Every charm and 10 death. He'll build that for they.
Hester's vart will be done.
Good swinkle. Hestes cometh.
Harkeneth, Arler.
Yeah.
Build that Rita new.
Reach understood.
Hestes are not bowmen.
Eat sail the Vengeance is in the nearby!
No Hester's enough.
Fuseto.
Jonas.
I wonder, it could do that.
Ich habe found in the boat! Sail the boat! Vengeance is in the nearby!
At last, King Henry and his forces made their arrival at Fleury. Knowing that King Louis himself was on the field,
So they had
Henry saw his chance to put England's claim to Normandy beyond
No
doubt.
Hestes. And sweet.
Yes. Nu, Tulkes, se shall lay the young. Gnitas, stand and there. For Arneth, Mr. Arthur Gnitas.
Tulkas. Ja, ich wollte den es.
It is seek forth one that reckons, mit Baldenes. It's living here. At mina word, fell.
Every charm and tender. I think they Lister.
Look at you be ready, and readeth new to us.
Wer Sweden, wer Skertende!
King Louis, determined to oust the English from Normandy, began sending attack parties to harass King Henry and his forces. King Henry's men struck at the French forces and recaptured the town.
Will they that for they?
Yet to thee ready for Heston. At mina word. Fell. It's in
Save the Hestes. Well, then they that right to know.
building anon.
Harken at the staring. We have a staring. Eagle have that he build them anon.
At me no order!
The ship every job. Intended. Then they that rated. You can have it that he building it on. Build one day that's way on
Yet to be ready for Estes would read a note to us. Forward and ranks, mid Balvenes. I readeth new, Tulkas. We are be ready, friends, in the seeker for Atlas.
With the border towns recaptured, King Henry's claim to Normandy faced only one more obstacle: King Louis and his army. In the humble peasants' fields of Bremule, two kings would settle their claim to Normandy. far from home, but rallied by their king, the English army forced a French surrender and put King Louis and his knights to flight. With the impromptu battle ending in resounding victory for the English, King Henry had secured his ancestral lands under the English crown. After England defeated the French at the Battle of Bremule, Normandy was back in King Henry's hands. But 1 year later, his good fortune turned to tragedy. In 1120, his son and heir William Adelin died in a shipwreck. The future of Henry I's kingdom was in jeopardy. Henry desperately needed a new heir. With no legitimate sons left alive, he broke with tradition and chose his daughter, Matilda. Henry forced his barons to swear an oath to accept Matilda as queen. But when the king died, they broke their promise. England would not be ruled by a woman. Matilda's cousin Stephen saw his chance and claimed the throne. The crisis moved to the capital. At Westminster Abbey, Stephen was crowned king, but Matilda wanted what was hers. She was also lining up powerful supporters who would fight Stephen for her right to rule. Their conflict engulfed England in civil war. Fighting raged throughout the land. In 1141, everything focused on one of the kingdom's most strategic cities, Lincoln. Matilda's allies had commandeered the castle. But King Stephen was determined to take it back. He besieged the castle. Stalemate. As dawn broke on February the 2nd, everything was about to change. Matilda's half-brother, Robert of Gloucester, raced to break the siege. As Robert's forces approached Lincoln, Stephen's army turned away from the castle to face them. Robert could win Matilda the crown, but only if his army could win the day. Robert of Gloucester's forces approached Lincoln. Their task, to liberate the castle from King Stephen's siege. While behind Lincoln's walls, troops loyal to Matilda held the castle for the Empress. First,
With a Szuliczka. Ridende forth. Courser saddled, scout Hildu that.
Jumper Thorpe and Shanker Fort Thorpe.
Scouter ready to read. For Wendy the head.
Robert's men concealed themselves in a sheltered grove and lay in wait for the enemy.
Eat sail! the foe!
Ich schlage es.
Ich habe Glauben an the foe!
Robert defeated the first column of Stephen's reinforcements, but he knew more were on the way.
Het wel beodon!
Ich obey dein Hess.
Stricket the dun, the foe.
Mendes! He said it will be!
With more of Stephen's reinforcements eliminated, Robert was steadily undermining the siege.
Ich tue so, du hättest. Es shouldn't be here. Es shouldn't be here. Ich forthethin hess. Ich tue so, du hättest.
Robert's men decimated King Stephen's reinforcements and were poised to break the siege. Continuing the push towards Lincoln, Robert sent in a large company of reinforcements to aid his vanguard. To further weaken the siege, Robert would need to cut off Stephen's supplies. He targeted the nearby market town.
Entendeth, freckers, Nuthan, cometh on. Titwinleth, bereth.
Matilda's cause, a large group of knights arrived at Lincoln to bolster Robert's army.
We have a found
It is Sita for Relic Entertainment.
With the market town in ruins, King Stephen's supplies began to dwindle. Robert received word that Welsh troops under Matilda's banner were en route to join forces with him. But King Stephen had the roads to Lincoln heavily guarded, and the route was not without risk, even for the hardy Welshmen.
Hestes. Alles with. Andente to serve. Ad mina worde verder. We shall lead it.
Making their way to Lincoln, Matilda's Welsh allies were ambushed by the king's soldiers. Robert's men would need to aid the Welsh if they wanted their help in breaking the siege.
Ad mina worde.
Joining forces on the road to Lincoln, Matilda's allied troops made for the castle to lift the siege.
Fortfarande fräckes, mit Baldenes. Ut rideth nu, Julius. Fortfarande fräckes, mit Baldenes. Ich live to hear it. Ich shall lede jou. Dute is none worden. Ad mina worde verder.
Dute is none worden. Alles with. Andente to serve.
Robert's forces spotted a large detachment of Stephen's soldiers guarding the castle gates. If they hoped to liberate Lincoln, they would need to break the blockade and rout the army.
Ich liebe to hear it. Dute is none worden. Ich liebe to hear it. Andente to serve. Certes.
Robert's forces scattered the king's army, leaving the gates to the castle unguarded.
Ut readeth nu, Tulgas. Servants!
Robert's men finally united with Lincoln's garrison. They could now use the castle to strengthen their army. To lift the siege, they needed to destroy the enemy camps surrounding the castle.
At mean a word. Ferth. Fourth Warte Freckes, mit Baldenes. Nu, Tulkes, seteth jou. At mean a word, Ferth. Warte Freckes, mit Baldenes.
Matilda's forces struck hard, destroying one of King Stephen's siege camps.
Look how we are ready, Freckes. And then take to serve. It's live to hear it. Get thee ready for shall lay.
King Stephen's army dwindled as Matilda's forces struck down another siege camp. scattered, and those who didn't fall fled. King Stephen was spotted, shielded by his men. To end the siege, Matilda's forces needed to capture Stephen and rout his army.
Andente to serve.
Matilda's men closed in and finally captured King Stephen. Matilda's forces had won the battle at Lincoln. But the fight for the crown was not over yet. Victory over King Stephen at Lincoln gave Matilda the upper hand in her fight for the English crown. But in the years that followed, fragile loyalties shifted, and under threat of capture, Matilda was forced to retreat. As her holdings in England came under attack from the king's army, it fell to her son Henry to keep Matilda's claim to the throne alive. Inside the strong stone walls of the castle at Wallingford, Matilda's men held firm against a brutal siege by forces loyal to King Stephen. King Stephen's army had constructed a fortified perimeter outside the castle, trapping Matilda's men inside. However, reinforcements were on the way from Matilda's son Henry. Her forces needed to hold the walls until they arrived.
Steppeth to it, Arwayman.
What needeth be undone?
Hispana on the wearer. Hispana on Ikam Ferret. Something to share prosper on. And a fresher marker. Yeah, and a good yara. Unto something to share them. I kill.
You're right to done some work, eh? You can have that he building it on. Anita, what needeth work?
Hoping to claim Wallingford, King Stephen's siege forces launched a renewed attack on the castle.
Campus, lusted for movement, get it busy.
Buildings on.
Återhämt. Beundert Arweshur!
Toolfolk already ready. I think they listen. Ready for Relic, turn up open. Björkan, post hitåt!
Kjære hester, jeg kan du. Hästes kommer Asterian. Prate.
Mikkel, build is that for thee.
Matilda's forces repelled the attack and held the castle. Hoping to crack the mighty stone walls of Wallingford, King Stephen's forces launched another attack.
Aggressat yourself, Hernande mina män.
Dresset jag använder. Uppnäm färre tavet. Hästes en oldbomen!
Toonfolk already ready.
I think they...
Matilda's forces held firm against the attack, cutting down the enemy soldiers.
Mikkel build is that for thee. Every chap.
Hästes kommer arvoinen följande hästes. Hästes en oldbomen. Uppnäm färre tavet.
listen on, Boerman. And sweet, yes.
Seed the Hester, we haven't steadies beyond that.
Readeren, ziet hij te readen. Tutte is none borden. Honest with it's liber to hear him. Certes.
Matilda's forces received word that Henry's troops were getting closer to Wallingford. Soon the combined numbers of the two armies could tip the scales in their favor. Henry and Matilda's forces struck out at the besieging army, weakening the enemy's hold on Wallingford's perimeter. At last, Henry's reinforcements approached Wallingford. United under Matilda's banner, the two armies were ready to engage Stephen's forces. The enemy line wavered as Matilda's forces cut down the besieging army, clearing another section of the blockade.
For quante freques, mit Baldenes, ut readeth nu Judas. Kritos, stand in the yard! Kritos, gib ein gut Vettel, Kritos! Voranet, Mester Arthur, Kritos. Yet they ready for one dead records. Meanwhile, look at your meeting ready, friends. And be no word. The Nikos stand in the eye.
the enemy and cleared the castle's perimeter. The joint forces of Matilda and Henry had thwarted King Stephen's siege of the strategic castle at Wallingford. After over a decade of conflict, Matilda's claim to the throne was still alive. At Wallingford, in the shadow of the castle, Matilda's faction, commanded by her son Henry, proved it was still willing to fight King Stephen for the crown. But after 15 years of conflict, both sides had had enough. So, they made a deal. Matilda would surrender her claim to the throne on condition that when Stephen died, her eldest living son Henry would succeed him. A year later, he was crowned King Henry II, and proceeded to grow the kingdom into the mighty Angevin Empire. But, once again, what the king had spent his life building, his own children were destined to destroy. King Henry II had 4 surviving legitimate sons, and he planned to divide up his kingdom between them. But they fought bitterly for dominance. Against the odds, Henry's youngest son, John, became king. But King John was deeply unpopular. He lost huge swathes of the Angevin Empire gained by his father, then failed to reclaim them in expensive battles. Paid for by taxing his subjects. Eventually, England's barons could take it no more. They forced John to agree to a charter that restricted his power. The Magna Carta. But he went against his word. Furious, they rebelled, inviting Prince Louis of France to invade England. In 1216, Louis sailed to Dover and set his sights on taking this. Dover Castle. Held by forces loyal to King John, it was commanded by Hubert de Burgh. He described the castle as the key to England. He was right. If it fell to the French, so would the kingdom. Asked to invade by the rebel barons, Prince Louis's French army launched an assault on the castle at Dover. Opening a crack in the outer defenses, the invading forces charged the castle walls. The garrison at Dover would meet the French with clenched fists and an iron will. Dover could not fall. Commander Hubert de Burgh rallied his men to hold back the French and defend the castle.
Schäten. Jara on the way tender. Erblende mina vän. Aim it low, crossbow! Away we go! Crossbows!
While the castle's garrison thwarted the first French attack and prepared for a second, a new resistance force was building in the English countryside.
That building will be reparalleled anon.
A skilled bowman and fierce patriot, known as Willikin of the Weald, began to muster a resistance to the French invasion.
Hearken, nu Hestus.
Determined to keep the crown in King John's hands, Willikin would rally every available archer to the cause.
Toonfolk Arnie ready. Each understunder. Build ende that Rita new. Needeth bay on done. Balding done. Getteth to Swinkenton folk. Bayos yard to Hestuston folk. Ick'll habby that he building a knob. Shula who do they make? He'll build it that for they.
Jarway Shatton. Dresset jou bij ons liefelijk on the spirit.
Hitlock as God.
With his bowmen assembled, Willikin planned to ambush the French siege engines on their way to the enemy camp.
Hestus tit with blood. Sewer they had. And sweet, yes. Luther, cometh on. On the fortas, Bere. It can do. Glidande ne hurteth no one nearer down.
Every chart and paint it. Till then they that right to know.
Jaren die kan het doen.
Willikin's band of archers archers made short work of the French reinforcements. But if they hoped to ease the burden on Dover's garrison, Willikin's ambush force could not relent.
every chat. Save the Estes. He could that for they.
Enten glidande ne hurtus no never down. Foliende hestus.
Look at you be ready, Freckes.
Willikin's resistance force continued to grow, adding more skilled men to its ranks.
What better way to done some work here? You can have it that he building and on. See things working. That building will be reparailed and on.
What needeth be undone?
Arita, what needeth working? And Celia builded thing.
Crossborders. At they ready, crossborders, walk they head. Crossborders, dress and kill.
Here and sweet, yes, sir.
Set weapon where we got the crossbows.
Hestes. Heriende Hestes, nu. Dresset jou, highwaymen!
Safe to Hestes. Yeah. You'll then day that right to know. A staring? We haven't steadied beyond that.
Into the south. Andente to servant.
Future is none burden. Keep it good fettle, creatures. Let us read it, creatures.
Qua of spoliende hestes. Have me bow. Parende. Fuste tulkas, hestes.
Willikin spotted a group of English fighters engaged in battle with the enemy, and rushed to their aid.
Yar awe men gongendes ben. Between us they hide. Boa have me bow. It can't do.
The French launched a renewed attack on the castle, but thanks to Willikin's ambush force, the enemy had been greatly weakened.
Crossbows yard on the weekend day. Yeah, and on winter. Aim it low, crossbowers. We're on going the tulkas. Crossbows yard in Kianda. Crossbowers, threatened weapons! Ferret!
With Willikin's archers weakening the siege from outside the castle, the garrison at Dover repelled the French attack. Willikin ordered his archers to resume their strikes on the French reinforcements.
Quaro sua they het. Have me bow. Parende. Ich am Parende nu.
See fate to worker.
Fuste tulkas, hestes. Intendeth frecus. Licentes. Incendendeus. Bildende. Ja, that.
Engine on the way.
Doing so ahead.
Being shouted at!
Freckes hak al Suiza, yes.
It is Sita for actors.
Hispana on the lawn.
Hey, every John! Intended.
Each under stunder.
Equal building that for day. Hey, every John! Intended.
Aye.
Reaper railings are an ongoing.
Manganel, you put one day with Sungas. To when they hit. Sage engine for Ende. Brookendayhem! Understood. Allee, Seja. Yeah. Hestes cometh. Fully ende Hestes.
Arita, yeah, tin to Enden.
Hestes cometh Arwemen, sueth they head. surfer shattered.
Willikin's archers had decimated the French reinforcements. But undeterred, the French mustered what troops they could and launched another attack on the castle. The hardy English garrison held fast, refusing to let the castle fall to the French invaders. Willikin rallied his archers to continue strikes on the weakening French.
Jeppe meo pariende hestes nu. Stirelle of suai said.
The combined grit of the English garrison and Willikin's surprise attacks ensured that Dover hadn't fallen yet. Now the English prepared to repel the final French assault. The tenacity of Hubert de Burgh's loyal soldiers forced Prince Louis and the rebel barons to abandon their siege at Dover. And thanks to the efforts of Willikin's fearless archers, England remained in King John's hands. In the year prior to the defense of Dover, King John's defiance of the Magna Carta had mired England in a rebellion known as the First Barons' War. Across England, barons broke ties with the crown and seized important cities, including Rochester. With his reign under threat, John deployed his forces to retake Rochester and capture the traitors. King John's men arrived at the outskirts of Rochester, set to retake the castle and drive out the rebel barons within. But Rochester was a formidable fortress that protected the route to London, and the rebel barons were prepared to lay down their lives to hold it. Before
Attendeth nu, Tulkas. Ikil.
Band us together, did we?
the king's men secured Chatham and began preparing for an arduous siege. Rochester's keep was protected by strong stone walls. The king's army would need mighty siege weapons to break through.
Every charn intended. Yeah, so are they hetting. If you'll build me that for me.
Agretes for Hestes. Aggresseth yourself. Moveth, getteth busy. Beof kente. We are fortgangende.
Harkeneth all.
Meet you with her.
You'll then day that right to know.
Yeah. See to getteth to Swinken. Be off yard to Hester's, two folk.
Safe to Hestes.
Build endy that Rita new. Eat you with her. Labor, good a work.
King John's forces were struck by a raiding group of rebels sallying from the castle.
Intendon. If you'll get this building, he build it for thee.
on the engine. Good. Following the Sage engine. Down Freckers.
Hit will I build on.
Not carving in the rock. Doing that look. With the Sage engine. That will I build on. Parliament. Following the artillery. Fostering the Sage engine. Parliament. Getting omitted. The Hester will be
crumbled to King John's men, and they descended on the keep.
Stirling then, be thinking on the spoil. Our company will be welcome to Venice. Fort Webb, riding at the back.
and victory! The Sage Urchins are irready.
Come on, yes, beware.
Highwaymen, and Glau Hester, each obey.
ist hjälpen! Die Häste ist hjälpen. Ich har mitt Juteg.
Surge engines at the getting on with it.
Nitus, you ready for commands? Be over, read a form. On rest and John to Nitus. We are taking powers on us!
Hit on that will they be able to. Hit will they be able to.
In Bring me fingers,
Fostering the Serge engine. Turret.
Servant med honor. It is team, Nitus. To read and fought. Econ med duty. Nitus, it will better know. Stöna, Nitus! Brackets. Det var hapen hästes and on ring. We are taking force on us! Need intervention! Is me on?
way, and the keep was laid bare for the taking.
Her är nu Vestas.
Nicholas, Fury called me duty. It is team, Nicholas. John Nicholas, four wonders to midnight.
The great keep at Rochester fell at the hands of the King's army, securing both the castle and the route to London. While the fight for England raged on, a desperate King John clung to the throne. When forces loyal to King John undermined Rochester Castle, it spelled doom for the rebels inside. Within days, they had surrendered. But the rebel barons weren't done yet. Their ally, Prince Louis of France, had sent an invasion force to help the barons overthrow King John. Then, in late 1216, the king fell ill with dysentery and died. His son, just 9 years old, was crowned King Henry III. It was now up to the young king's regent, the 70-year-old legendary knight William Marshal, to protect the crown. He faced a near impossible challenge. England was crumbling. Rebels were taking town after town. But William Marshal bided his time and prepared to defeat the rebels. Then in May 1217, he got the chance that he'd been waiting for. William discovered that the rebels planned to simultaneously besiege both Dover Castle and Lincoln Castle. With rebel forces split And weakened, William Marshall led his royalist army to Lincoln. The castle on one side of the city was still controlled by royalists, under its formidable constable, Lady Nicola de la Haye. But the streets of the city were under rebel control. On May 20th, 1217, the Royalist Relief Force, led by William Marshall, arrived to retake the rebel-controlled city. The future of England rode on the success of this mission. Troops loyal to the king held the castle at Lincoln, while outside, rebels controlled the city. The defenders had to hold the castle until reinforcements arrived, under the command of the King's Knight, William Marshall.
Dresseth thou, Arwayman, steppeth to it, Arwayman. Tears! Now it suiteth!
Cease to Hester's.
Upneth bereth, Arwayman. Hestes cometh, Arwayman. Heriende Hestes nu. Hestes en Ormbormen. Suet sig het.
Men av armen sa...
Ich obey thine hess.
Hestes en Ormbormen! Here, Hestes! Sia is Mina!
Crossbows, Yara, on the way, and ik heel.
Every charn and 10 dead. Each a willa. Build ende that Rita new.
Kenneth be undone.
Yarwe Shetton.
Labor good a work.
At last, the King's Knight William Marshal arrived with his forces. While a hard battle remained, there was now hope for the young King's army. In order to liberate the city surrounding the castle, William Marshal commanded the King's men to destroy the military buildings belonging to the rebels. William Marshal's forces were welcomed in Stowe, a nearby town loyal to the king.
We have a Heston. It's Hill to Seward Bay Commander. Bill ends, ready and awaited. Building to put an upper.
Nikas, fuse it is team. Nikas. Speed and forth. Come on. Steer. Hearken to head forward. They're hiding at the back. Stir them, men. They're thinking on this spoil. We are taking it!
tore through the rebel fortifications, diminishing the enemy's military presence. The castle now faced a new attack from the rebels' French allies. The King's army had almost regained control of the city. The King's army razed the last of the rebels' military buildings, but the French siege continued. If the King's men hoped to lift the French siege, they would need to destroy the enemy forts on the outskirts of Lincoln.
Me weapon nuts. Yeah, we come with you then.
If he'll get this building, he build it for they.
Nick is ready for commands. Be away. Ready. Forwards to Mikel Glory. Brigands, trumpets, and servant. We are taking fire!
The King's men uncovered one of the French forces' siege camps near Lincoln.
Our company will be welcome, Frankers. The Heste is here. Stirred and men, the second on this spoil. Your company will be welcome, Francis.
An onore to do what?
The king's army tore through the French fort, weakening the enemy siege.
Fort well. They're hiding at the back. No, young men, attention.
Be obey, be the lector.
He called me Newton.
We are made, he's got you there!
Unreadable. Este is yet. No, young men, attention. An honore to know that. We have an Estes coming along.
William Marshal and Nicolas de la Haye had saved the city, and with it, the kingdom. Marshall's success in retaking Lincoln was an overwhelming victory for the Royalists. The rebel barons had been defeated, and their French allies driven out of England altogether. William Marshall now focused on creating a stable kingdom for the young King Henry III. To maintain the backing of the rebels, in 1217, a royal seal of approval was given to a reissued Magna Carta, limiting the power of the monarchy. Many barons held lands in both England and Normandy. But now they faced a choice. On which side of the Channel would they make their home? Many chose England. The cross-Channel kingdom was over, establishing a clear English identity. But the impact of the Normans on England's evolution is still felt today. Almost 1,000 years later, the surviving Norman castles and cathedrals still dominate the landscape. In the midst of the modern city, William the Conqueror's fortress, the Tower of London, remains a powerful reminder of their legacy. But it's the unseen influence of the Normans that endures. The Norman invasion changed the English language and established the foundations of modern parliament and governance. And it's all because one man, William the Conqueror, claimed the English crown that he believed by rights was his. The Normans conquered a country and changed the course of England forever. Today, Moscow is a metropolis of over 11 million people. But 800 years ago, it was a small village on the banks of the Moskva River. A modest settlement surrounded by simple wooden defenses. It gave little indication of its future greatness, or its ability to evolve through adversity. Moscow was frequently attacked and destroyed. Yet each time, it rose from the ashes, stronger and better defended. Its first real test came in 1238. This time, they faced a new enemy: the Mongols. Moscow had been largely unaware of the growing threat in Central Asia. Genghis Khan, founder of the Great Mongol Empire, had conquered most of the Asian continent. His descendants continued his work to expand the empire. His grandson, Batu Khan, led the armies of what would become known as the Golden Horde. Their goal: to extract money from principalities they conquered. One by one, states in the region, known collectively as the Rus, fell to the Golden Horde. Moscow was next. In 1238, the Mongol Golden Horde surrounded Moscow and besieged its wooden walls. It would only hold out for 5 days. Moscow burned. That could have been the end of its story. But the people of Moscow were resilient. They would not give up their home or their control of the Moskva River, an important trade route. They began to rebuild and strengthen Moscow's defenses. Yet one question remained. Would the terror return? Moscow faced certain ruin as Mongol raiders burned their way through the wooden city. With no other Rus coming to their aid, it was up to the people of Moscow to drive away their attackers and beat out the flames.
Исправляю, паки! Часов! Делаю! Исправляю!
Кадыш, идите! Кофе готово, Сонь! Кадышец, наступайте! Кадышек есть!
The remaining Mongols were driven away by the tenacious Muscovites.
Кадышицы, слушаемся!
Слушайте, течем!
Наказе, Сонь! Повинуемся! Слушайте!
Готовы, есть мы? Гребем!
Наказе, Сонь!
Исправляю, паки!
Слушайте, грядите!
Готов есть!
Да.
Исправлю!
With the Mongol raiders repelled and the fires extinguished, the Muscovites began rebuilding.
Наказе, Сонь!
Наказе, Сонь!
The Muscovites knew that they could rapidly construct buildings out of wood, and so gathered what they needed from the forest.
Идем!
Что? Рублем!
Что? Сбираю. А? Рублен.
Готов есть! Тряво! Часа! Сбираю! Что? Иду!
Тихо, да.
Часа! Идут!
Готово. Куда? Жду.
Что? А? Готов есть!
Тихо.
Что?
Куда? Строим. Готово есть. Труждаемся.
Зидание. Что? Строим? А? Зидание.
Часа. Труждаемся. А?
Готовы есть мы? Добро есть. Труждаемся? Ладно есть. Строим? Да. Труждаемся? Уразумев. Часо. Дряво. Готово есть. На-ка, идем.
Доброго есть.
Рублен. Сделаю. Слушайте.
А? Рублен.
Жду.
Часа. Зидание.
А?
А? Строю.
Что? Зидание.
Готов есть. Слушаюся. Труждаемся. Ладно есть. О!
Several villagers had fled during the Mongol attack, and some were still in hiding.
Дряво.
Что? Дряво.
Готово есть.
Слушайте. Ладно есть.
Добро есть.
Зидание. Слушаюся. Готов есть. Наказис сделаю.
Слушаюся.
Люди готові. Збираю. Добро есть.
Слушаете? Збираю.
Ладно, есть.
As the city rose from the ashes, the Muscovites would lay the foundations for a unique fortified complex. This iconic structure would be known as the Kremlin.
Часа? Строю! Что? Заседание? Слушаете, чем? Строю!
Рада есть.
Слушайте. Я построю сие.
The once unassuming village of Moscow had been rebuilt as a city poised for growth.
Начну
But to
трудиться.
protect the city from further Mongol raids, it would need a fierce military and a strong defensive perimeter. The Muscovites knew that the terror from the steppe could return at any time.
Рада есть.
Построено будет.
На браню готовляйтесь.
Сие.
Чего делать надобно? Наказе исходим. Построено будет.
Войни, исправляйтесь. Войни, надо идти.
Having been caught off guard by the Mongols before, the Muscovites knew they could come under attack at any moment. Strong defenses would give them a better chance of protecting their city.
Начну трудитесь.
Войни готов, надо идти.
Дело на добро есть.
Слушайте, идти надобно.
Войни, исправляйтесь.
Наказе будут.
Исправляйтесь. Войни, на браню готовляйтесь.
Расправляйтесь!
Приказ несут, сделаю.
Работа, да, сделаю. Я построю сие. Слушайте. Уразумею.
Слушайте! Исправите надо. Рад есть!
Идите! Сейчас!
В наказе будут.
Приуготов, уразумею.
Напрежь, копейщицы! Приуготовляйтесь все!
Да, сделаю.
Следую наказам. Обрез бойни. Уразумел. Сделано. Жаловаться нельзя.
В наказе будут. Сие исправляю. Исправите.
Слух жаловаться нельзя. Стреляю! Я
Слушайте, надобно есть.
Hearing the foreboding beat of the Mongol war drums, the Muscovites braced themselves for another raid. the Muscovites had successfully defended their newly built city against the Mongol raid. Now that Moscow could defend itself, its rulers looked to expand their influence into new territories. Through its wealth, rather than warfare. Its tactic was to buy land from bankrupt rulers, acquiring entire towns and villages in the process. As Moscow was still a vassal of the mighty Mongol Empire, it had to send envoys to pay them tribute. And Moscow's ever-expanding borders meant more and more revenue for the Mongols. But not everyone was content with the rise of Moscow. As Moscow grew in power and influence, its Grand Prince, Dmitry Ivanovich, reinforced its vulnerable defenses. Its wooden fortress, the Kremlin, was rebuilt. This time, in stone. But even stone walls didn't deter its enemies. By 1368, Lithuania saw rapidly expanding Moscow as a real threat. Joining forces with the Principality of Tver, they set out to challenge its dominance. They attacked Moscow. But the stone walls held, and the enemy retreated. Tension between the factions refused to die down. In 1370, Moscow marched on territories belonging to both Tver and Lithuania, igniting a full-blown war. Years of bloody conflict ensued, until Moscow's Grand Prince Dmitry Ivanovich finally defeated both enemies. Yet Moscow was still a vassal of the Mongol Empire, which still demanded tribute. Moscow must keep up the payments or face retribution. Trade routes between Rus settlements supported a vibrant economy, which in turn allowed Moscow to pay forward tribute to the Golden Horde. If Moscow was to avoid a Mongol attack, Dmitry would have to meet the Horde's tribute demands before the Khan's patience expired. Moscow's primary means of raising the taxes demanded by the Horde was through trade with nearby Rus towns. But Prince Dmitry would have to keep his traders safe from raids by opportunistic bandits that stalked the countryside. While Moscow's trade was strong, Dmitry could bolster his income if he could locate additional trade partners.
Дело сделано есть. Да, ладно есть. Вели напрежь по скору, к славе. Двигаюся. Уразумех. Иду напрежь.
Люди сюда, сделаю. Добро есть.
With the Golden Horde paid, the Muscovites could concentrate on expanding their territory until the next payment was due.
Готов. Иду уже. Двигаюся. Воини, восстанете! Напрежь по скору, к славе! Приготовляйтесь, латницы, яко угодно есть. Сделано будет. Готовы будете, латницы, наступайте. Выступайте надо на латницы. Следую наказам. Слушаюся.
Наказ будет?
Дело есть. Что делать надо, бро?
Каков наказ есть? Торгую.
Наказ будет? Вот налаг.
Готовь, латницы, напрежь. Латницы, напрежь. Следую наказу. Латницы, наступайте. Выступайте надо на латницы. Сделано будет. Воини, восстанете.
Trade routes brought wealth, but safe passage was not a given with bandits stalking the roads.
Латницы, напрежь. Выступайте надо на латницы. Латницы, готовятся.
Increasing Moscow's income required locating additional trade partners. To do so, the Muscovites needed to scout the land in search of new settlements.
Приготовляйтесь, латницы! Латницы, наступайте! Выступайте надо на латницы! Яко угодно есть. Сделано будет. Слушаюсь. Латницы, наступайте! Латницы, наступайте!
Каков наказ есть?
Яко угодно есть. Воини, восстанете! Следую приказам. Как угодно. Выступать и надо в наладнице. Следую наказам. Уразумер. Да. Ладницы, напряжь. Ладницы, напряжь. Приготовься. Приготовляйтесь к броне! Следуй наказам! Ладницы! Понял. Будет сделано. Как угодно. Следую приказам. Понял. Поскору, ладницы! Ладницы, приготовляйтесь к броне. Готовы, ладницы. Ладницы, наступайте.
As Moscow grew in riches, the Khan continued to demand taxes. If Dmitry did not pay, he would face the swift vengeance of the Horde. As Prince Dmitry sought to increase Moscow's power, he turned from trading with his neighbors to purchasing their lands outright. If he owned the surrounding lands, Moscow would be the dominant center of Rus' power, and Dmitry would be secure as Grand Prince.
Готов? Слушаюсь. Поскору, ладницы.
Before he could purchase the settlements, Dmitry needed to prove he could provide safe passage for the traders and their goods.
Я готов. Слушаю.
With safe passage established, Dmitry could now purchase his first settlement. Moscow's power grew as it absorbed the lands around Kolunma. The town would now generate gold without the need for taxing traders. Dmitry purchased the lands of Troitsky and extended Moscow's power. Bandits remained a threat on the roads, however.
латницы. Яко угодно есть. Брать следую наказу. Идти надо на помалу. Что есть трудного? Будет сделано. Будет сделано. Жаловаться нельзя! Понял. Обрежь войны. Стреляют в меня! Сделано будет. Сделано будет. Стреляют! Сделано будет. Напрежь поскору. Яко угодно есть. Жаловаться нельзя.
When Dmitri's men located Vladimir, they opened another revenue stream for the Grand Prince. But more traders on the roads meant an increased threat of bandit raids.
Слушайте!
Готов трудитися есть. Торгую. Наказ будет?
Латницы готовы, суд. Выступать и надо на латнице. Да,
Каков наказ есть? Торгую!
Наказ будет? Торгую.
Наказ будет? Только лазер есть!
Радуйся. Торгую.
Слушай, жаловаться нельзя. Слушаюсь. Уразумев. Яко угодно есть. Следуй наказам. Идти надо на помалу. Что есть трудного? Идти надо на помалу. Что есть трудного? Напрежь войны. Напрежь поскору. Напрежь поскору.
Нападаю! Беда есть! Ворог приедет!
Готовьте латницы! Воины, восстанете! Як угодно! Уразумев! Дело есть худо!
Дело есть! Уразумею! Построено будет! Люди, служите готовы!
Беда есть! Ворог приедет!
Чего делать не надо, но... Люди, служите готовы!
Возрождай-ка скоро! Скоро победим!
Чего делать не надо, но... Люди! Я построю сие!
Ясное! Наступайте, воины! Напрячь, копейщицы!
Готовы, трудитесь.
Исходим! Построено будет!
Делаем.
The Khan once again demanded taxes from the growing Rus provinces. But this time, the price to keep the horde at bay was higher than ever before.
Предупредить надо!
Сделано будет. Готовитесь, латницы!
Стреляют в меня!
Приготовь, следую наказам. Воини, восстаньте! Слушаюсь. Латницы, напряжь!
The small settlement at Perislav welcomed Muscovite scouts and the prospect of trade.
Копейщицы, напрячь!
Наказ будет.
Vladimir became another outpost of Moscow's growing influence. Moscow's power over the region was now secure.
Будьте готовы.
With the surrounding principalities under Dmitri's sway, Moscow was now the preeminent power among the Rus. The time was coming to throw off the Mongol yoke. Dmitri, Moscow had grown rich and allied itself with old adversaries. Together, the Rus allies were ready to challenge the dominance of the Mongols and stopped paying them tribute. On the banks of the River Don, Dmitri would stake his life on being the first Rus leader to defeat the horde in battle. Arriving at Kulikovo, Prince Dmitri and his army would rendezvous with allied forces from all principalities loyal to Moscow. Together, they would challenge more than a century of Mongol dominance. Before the battle, Dmitri would recruit soldiers from nearby villages. He would also ride to his allies, who were awaiting their battle orders.
Готовы будете, воины! Какой наказ? Долг есть бремя. Служите, раб, ясно. Сейчас. Исполнено будет.
Dmitri delivered the battle orders to his allies. They would take up position on the Smolka river fords and ready themselves for the enemy's arrival.
Позаратай, позаратай! Двигайтесь напрежь! Конь оседлан есть, фарем сие есть долг мой. Направляюсь, куда наказано есть.
Послушание, поспешаю напрежь.
Куда путь? Сделано будет. Направляюсь, куда велено есть. Скачи, родимая. Исполнено будет. Скачу напрежь! Скачу напрежь! Повинуюся!
The Rus discovered a new settlement, which pledged its soldiers to Moscow's cause.
Повинуюся. Идите, бездельники!
Ворон поражает! Да! Я вам прикажу!
Напрежь поскору, носи не власть.
Готов. Живу службы ради. Живу службы ради. Скачу
The
напрежь.
villagers pledged all the soldiers they could spare, strengthening Dmitri's position against the horde. With a loyal army assembled, Dmitri began the march north to meet the enemy in battle.
Приготовляйтесь, наказы исполняйте. Сейчас. Время действовать. Идти надобно поскору. Таков наказ есть. Приготовляйтесь, воины.
Ясть яблоко.
Время действовать. Исполнено будет. Выступайте доблестно, воины.
Слушайте меня, воины. Идем, воины.
Каков приказ? Сию минуту. Послушание есть добродетель.
Приготовляйтесь. Идем, все купно.
Dmitri would oversee the battle with his own detachment of fighters, moving to support any ford crossing that seemed at risk of being overwhelmed.
Скачи, родимая.
Латницы смелик, наступайте, латницы, приготовляйтесь, а наказы исполняйте.
As Mongol war drums sounded through the fog, Dmitri and his men steeled themselves for the arrival of the horde. The Rus were emboldened by this first small victory and stood firm on the Smolka River, ready for the enemy's next attack.
Держать крепость под самой ноги стала!
Civilians from the province, although unable to fight, vowed to construct defenses for Dmitri should he need to fall back from the northern fords.
Стреляют в меня!
Dmitri's allied villages had finished constructing a line of defenses, which Dmitri could choose to fall back to if he lost the fords.
Приготовлять победу вы! Иду! Готовы будете, воины!
Воини, наказы слушайте, поспешите. Путь надобно есть.
Исполнено будет! Никто не будет! Надо наслонить ворога! Да расточатся вороги! Служите рады! Идти надо поскору, таков наказ есть!
Dmitri and his Rus allies held the fords and eliminated the Mongol vanguard. While the enemy regrouped after the initial skirmish, the prince ordered the Rus to fall back to the hilltop defenses behind them.
Время действовать!
As they retreated, nearby Rus provinces mustered additional forces to Dmitri's side.
Выступайте доблестно, воины! Приготовляйтесь, воины! Исполнено будет! Приготовляйтесь наказы исполняйте. Приготовляйтесь на поведу.
In planning to face the horde, Dmitri had called upon a cavalry detachment to stage an ambush. He received word that his reinforcements had begun to arrive and bided his time for the right moment to call them to battle.
Готовы будете, воины?
Противный близ стоит!
The two great armies clashed in the fog, but Dmitri's men stood firm. With the terror of the horde on their doorstep, Rus villagers once again rushed to construct more defenses, this time on the banks of the Don River.
Приготовляйтесь наказы исполняйте. Восстанете, воины! Восстанете, воины! Повиновы!
Противный близ стоит!
Выступайте доблестно, воины! Идти надо на поскору, таков наказ есть! Выступайте доблестно, воины!
In desperation, Dmitri called in the cavalry force, even though they were not yet at full strength. The Mongol numbers dwindled as the Rus struck down their ranks. Seeking an even stronger position, Dmitri ordered his forces to fall back to the Don River, where his allies had constructed new defenses.
Готовы будете, воины! Сейчас!
As the Rus fell back, a fresh detachment of reinforcements joined the fight.
Готовы будете, воины! Служите, ратьес! Выступайте доблестно, воины! Восстанете, воины! Живу службы ради! Повинуй! Восстанете, воины!
Куда направляетесь?
Приготовляйтесь, рак, приготовляйтесь! Служите, ратьес!
Вижу ворога!
Восстанете, воины!
Противник близ стоит!
With their backs to the River Don, the Rus held their ground in a last stand against their ferocious enemy.
Идти надо по скору. Таков наказ есть. Разумею, слушайте. Выступайте доблестно, воины!
In the last gasps of the desperate battle, the Rus would not back down. It would be victory or death.
Приступайте до передовой линии.
For the first time in over 100 years of subjugation, the armies of the Rus defeated the Mongols in battle. For 3 days and nights, Prince Dmitri buried the fallen in the fields of Kulikovo. He became known as Donskoy, the victor at the River Don. On the morning of September 8, 1380, at Kulikovo, the Moscow-led Rus army defeated the Mongols for the first time. One of the key battles of the medieval age, it was a transformative event in the rise of Moscow as the future capital of Russia. For the first time, rival principalities had joined Moscow to fight a common enemy. Now, many Rus principalities began to see themselves as one. Future leaders of Moscow would draw on the memory of this battle to claim their supreme political position in Russia. Moscow's Grand Prince, Dmitry Ivanovich, had led the Rus principalities to victory over the Mongols, reinforcing his dominance. But for the Mongols' leadership, the defeat at the Battle of Kulikovo was disastrous. The ruler of their Golden Horde was overthrown by a descendant of Genghis Khan. His name was Toktamish. And Toktamish was not going to let the treacherous Moscow-led Rus get away with rebellion. 2 years after their defeat at Kulikovo, Toktamish's Golden Horde set out to attack Moscow. The city had not felt the wrath of the Mongols for more than a century. That was about to change. Racing to brace the gates of Moscow, Prince Dmitri and his army of Rus allies rushed into the fortified heart of the city. This would be the greatest test of Moscow's mighty stone walls. But could the capital hold out against the furious legion of the Golden Horde? The Muscovites had already faced many Mongol attacks on their city, and knew the horde would arrive in vast numbers. The race to fortify Moscow began. Early in his reign, Dmitri had purchased lands surrounding Moscow. These vassal settlements provided Dmitri with taxes paid in gold, but could also supply reinforcements. If Dmitri chose to request reinforcements, he would lose the revenue from that settlement.
Рад Люди ждут. Люди, выступаем. Сделаю.
Начну трудитесь.
Что делаете? Готовить. Выступать и надо, обноватницы. Повелевайте. Братья, двигайтесь и надо.
Дело есть.
Чего делать надо? Надобно есть.
Ладно, есть.
Построено будет.
Слушаюсь.
Есть наступать и надобно. Подайте. Иду, куда на...
На казе будут.
Добро есть.
Я построю сие.
Ладно, есть. Сие мне нравится.
Слушайте, идти надобно. Начну трудитесь.
Смирно! Наказ снов есть. Оружие приготовляйте. Приступайте на гамма.
Сделано добро и...
Есть. Из пробойни на брань уготовляйтесь. Идите. Стрела на тетиве есть. Рцы яко делайте.
Настроено крепко есть.
Ожидайте наказа.
Люди, трудитесь.
Слушайте мой наказ. Се идти надобно. Кого застрелите? Ван Мил.
Люди, приуготовляйтесь и наказы слушайте. Сие построю скоро.
Идем. Надобно идти нам.
Я тоже иду, куда наказано есть.
Слушайте все.
As Dmitri urgently prepared the city's defenses, fleeing villagers from nearby towns flooded into Moscow, desperately seeking refuge from the rapidly approaching Mongol army.
Наказ слушайте надобно. Я построю себе. Слушайся.
Суть исправна. Обслуживайся.
The refugees from the settlements surrounding Moscow had all arrived at the city. They would wait out the Mongol assault behind Moscow's stone walls.
Слушай, сейте!
Куда стрелять? Укажите цель мне.
Слушайте все! Начинаю строй.
Оружие готово есть. Куда стрелять? Цель ли новая есть?
Построено.
Куда стрелять? Оружие...
Наказ, надо бы на путь идти.
Укажите цель. Цель ли новая? Оружие готово есть.
Слушайте все!
Оружие готово есть.
Слушать сейте!
Hearing the thunderous beat of the Mongol war drums on the horizon, Dmitri rallied his men to hold their ground. If the stone walls were breached, the city would fall.
Наказ, слушайте, надо! Сие построю скоро. Разумею.
Приступайте доблестно, воины. Служите.
Надо бы на путь идти. Начинаю строить сейчас. Слушайте все. Слушайте все. Я построю сие. Слушайте все. Слушайте все.
Ватницы, на коней садитесь! Долг есть время! Исполнено будет.
Наказ слушайте надо. Слушайте все. Сие построю скоро. Слушайте все. Слушаюсь. Наказ слушайте надобно. Начинаю строить сейчас. Я построю сие.
Стойте, лучницы! Лучницы, приготовляйте. Идите, лучницы, поскору. Наказ слушайте, яко прикажете. Ожидайте наказа. Наказ исполняю.
Слушайте все, повинуемся наказу. Я построю сие!
The Mongol torches made short work of Moscow's wooden palisades, and now the old stone walls were all that stood between Dmitri and defeat.
Напрежь поскору. Лучницы, тревожно есть. Приступайте. Ожидайте наказа, лучниц. Сейчас.
Наказ! Идем. Надо бы найти нам. Я построю сие.
Приготовь. Идти надо на поскору. Таков наказ есть. Стреляют в меня!
Построено есть. Радость велия есть. Слушайте все. Все скоро.
Делайте, яко велено есть, воини.
Слушайте все. Начинаю строить и сейчас. Иди, трудницы, надо мне, дайте мне работу. Куда направляться? Построено есть. Радость велия есть. Слушайте все.
Наказом следую.
Готов. Сейчас.
Стреляют в меня!
Садитесь на коней. Лучницы, кони, лучницы, седлайте коней.
Поведу вы.
Слушайте наказ мой.
Ожидайте нас, яко прикажете.
Сила не есть время. Надо наслонить его.
Ожидайте, наказом следую. Наказ исполняю.
A new threat arrived at Moscow's gates. The Mongols rolled in their mightiest siege engines. With the heartbeat of Mongol war drums closing in, the Rus knew the horde would not relent.
Готовы будете, воины! Восстанете, воины! Живу службы ради! Иду на брать! Босфору. Таков наказ есть. Восстаньте, воины! Служите ратьясе! Выступайте доблестно, воины! Повинуй! Стрелы многих! Приготовляйтесь наказы исполнять сейчас. Время исполнено будет.
Приготовляйте оружие!
Время день. Служите ратьясе. Живу службы ради. Иду на враг!
The Muscovites bravely held their capital in the face of an overwhelming Mongol onslaught. But now an even larger army had arrived on Moscow's doorstep. Running out of time, Dmitry ordered his army to hold back the Mongols long enough for Moscow's citizens to escape.
Идти надо на Босфору. Таков наказ есть.
Dmitry and his men held the city, giving some of Moscow's citizens time to flee. But despite their steadfast defense, the Rus could hold out no longer, and the capital succumbed to the vast numbers of the horde. Toktamish Khan sacked the city, plundering its riches and slaughtering any Muscovites that remained. Prince Dmitry had no choice but to take flight, abandoning his home. Rus independence would have to wait. In the century following the Mongols' vengeful attack on Moscow, Dmitry Donskoy's son and grandson clung to the Rus throne. Amid old rivalries and fragile alliances, Dmitry's great-grandson Ivan III set out to consolidate Moscow's control over all the Rus. But one independent republic would not yield to Moscow, the wealthy commercial center of Novgorod. In the bitter winter of 1478, Ivan III arrived at the doorstep of the wealthy Republic of Novgorod, the last remaining independent Rus province. With his army of allied Rus forces, Ivan would not stop until Novgorod belonged to Muscovy. First, he had to take the outlying towns of Kuklino and Soltsi, which were guarded by resistance fighters. Ivan swept aside the resistance at Kuklino and could now use the village to reinforce his army.
Собираю древеса, яко велено есть. Я построю себе.
Смирно, наступать и надобно.
Люди, приуготовляйтесь и наказы слушайте.
Что накажете? Начинаю строчку.
Что накажете?
Трудитесь, надобно.
Вижу врага! Двигайтесь напрямик!
Тихо! Наказе исполнены будут.
Противный! Близ стоит!
Не празднуйте! Напрежь поскору! Исполню наказ ваш! Уразумею! Отдохновение благо на воздушнике! Что дает нам? Да на месте не стоим! Мсто дает нам, да на месте не стоит!
Ivan's forces captured the second town and laid a plan to secure Novgorod for Moscow. In order to take the wealthy capital, Ivan's army would have to defeat the Novgorod people's militia. Civilians had taken up arms to defend their lands against the Muscovite invasion, but they were untrained and ill-equipped for pitched battle. If Ivan could sustain his professional army, the people's militia of Novgorod would pose little threat.
Грядем к славе! Наказы судей исполняются уже.
Противное пресенье!
Да на месте не стоит!
Возродай обречь противника! Вижу ворога! Здесь суть! Вижу ворога! Здесь суть!
Платники, держи! Ой, ожидаемый победа и слава! Войны к баране, укомляйтесь! Платники,
Although outnumbered, the Muscovite army overcame the vast people's militia. Now Ivan's army would march on the power center of the Republic, the capital city of Novgorod.
Если в нетерпении. Часу накажете.
Строите надобно.
Войны, наказы ваши исполнены. Исполню сие немедленно.
The Muscovite army destroyed the outer wall and entered the city. In the heart of the capital stood Novgorod's gleaming symbol of independence, the Vechi Bell. Ivan would tear it to the ground. Novgorod's great Vechi Bell chimed for the last time, sounding the end of the Republic's independence. As the fires of Moscow's wrath burned across the snow-laden city, the last remnants of the Great Republic fell to ruin. Ivan III's vision of gathering all power to Moscow was almost complete. While Ivan III consolidated Moscow's power, the Golden Horde was succumbing to discord. Seizing on this weakness, Ivan withheld tribute, equipped his men with firearms, and marched to meet the army of the Khan. On the banks of the Ugra River, the Rus stood defiant, prepared to contest over 200 years of Mongol dominance. The shadow of Mongol rule had darkened the Rus lands for more than 2 centuries. But now, Ivan III stood on the banks of the Ugra River, ready to cast off the shackles of the Golden Horde. But if he failed, Moscow itself could fall.
Слушайте наказ, он взял! Делайте, яко велено есть. Вой, все, идти надобно. Кофейщицы, поспешайте! Копия не суть тяжел. Приготовляй, наказывайте! Воины, идите по мне! Слушайте!
И латницы готовит. Исполнено будет.
Суть исправна. Ожидаем наказ. Руждаюсь их.
Приготовлять. Служите, рад, если. Выступайте доблестно, воине. Следуй наказам присно. Не наказа ожидать. Войни, наступаем.
Слушайте, воины. Туда. Лучницы кони, напряг!
Наступайте, латницы, смелее! Готовляйтесь, воине! Идти надобно поскору, таков наказ есть.
Яко прикажете. Приготовляйтесь. Тревожно есть. Приступайте. Идите, лучницы. Давай.
Латницы готови суть. Строй держите, латницы. Ой, на брань готовь. У нас перед... Подайте поручение. Ой, не готови суть к брань. Повинуюся наказом вашим.
Войни! Наказ снов! Слушайте все. Начинаю строить и сейчас.
Слушайте, люди, трудитесь и приуготовляйтесь. Слушайте все, я построю сие.
Строй держите, латницы.
Слушайте все, новые наказы суть.
Готов наказы. Внимаю, словеси. Куда меня направите?
На кого охотимся? Куда стрелу вонзить?
Куда стрелу пустите?
Слушайте все, сейчас наказы будут. Блюду, аще построено будьте...
Наказы новые. Немедля наказ исполню. Напрежь, не бойтесь.
Слушай, идем поскору, все. Тихо, лучники. Наказы ваши суть мудрые надо.
Им честь в повиновении есть. Пустите наказ ваш. Ожидаю на гряду к славе.
Внемлите, ожидайте наказы. Блюду ваше построено.
Наказы повинуюся непрекословие. Получи наказ дан есть. Отправляй.
Наказывайте, сделаю все.
Наказывайте, сделаю. Слушайте, встали нам на... Кого стрелять?
Готов наказы, внимаю, словеси каждому.
Внемлите, ожидайте. Идем, не празднуйте.
Слушаюсь.
Строите надобно.
Сделаю.
Возведу все, яко прикажете.
Слушаюсь.
Строите надобно. Труд искусен есть. Ожидаем приказ, ясен есть. Люди, идем по сторону. Дали нам наказ, идти надобно. Возведу все, яко приказ. Слушайте наказ. Лучники, снаряжите, готовляйте оружие. Поспешите, ляностные. Лучники, идем, нози не волочим.
Латники готовы к промыслу. Латники слушают наказ.
Слушайте все, новые наказы суть. Блюду, аще построено будет исправно.
Although the Mongols had not launched an all-out assault, their position was strong and their numbers vast. Ivan knew that committing his own troops to an attack would result in heavy losses.
Слушайте, желание ваше есть. Приказ ясен есть.
With eyes on the river crossings, reports quickly arrived of a Mongol detachment probing across the divide.
Идем, не празднуйте. Делаю, как накажете. Ожидай, сделано будет. Печать заряжена есть. Слушайте все, сейчас наказы будут. Да будут.
Сокрушающий!
Держите ряды! Напрежь к славе, латники!
The Mongols had allied with the Lithuanian king, who had promised to send great numbers to assist the Khan at Ugra. As the horde waited, they would continue to probe the Rus encampment.
Внемлите! Ожидайте наказы! Идем! Не празднуйте!
Напрежь, мыслите о части! Конвой боится выстрела!
The Rus repelled the initial attacks, and the Mongols fell back to their side of the river. To hold the Ugra, Ivan would need to maintain a strong show of force at the river crossings. If he showed the slightest weakness, the horde would seize on it and swarm across the river, then on towards Moscow.
Наше дело правое! Немедленно наказ исполню! Накат, буду радоваться с вами сражайтесь тесно. Напрежь, мыслите о части. Напрежь, не бойтесь. Латники слушают. Повинуюсь непрекословен. Латники направо стреляются. Буду радоваться с вами сражайтесь. Оружие готов, если сполна.
Как на карте!
While the Mongols awaited their Lithuanian allies, they continued to send raiding parties across the river, hoping to weaken Ivan's forces.
Наказ там есть! Очень славный! Напрямик, не боись!
Внемлите! Поспешите, ревностные!
Наказ сделай!
Готовы служить.
Победа! Ворог повержен! Ворог повержен! Получим! Напрямик! Мыслите о части! Мыслите!
у славе на сретенье.
With no word from their Lithuanian allies, the Mongols called in their own reinforcements to bolster their numbers on the fords. If Ivan's forces could intercept and eliminate the detachment, the Rus would face less resistance on the fords.
Немедленно наказ исполню. Власть и честь, повиновение есть. Наше дело право, повинуюся непрекословие. Латники готовы к брани, идите с честью, курбань, напред, славе латники. Латники с кем долг свой. Наше дело право и есть. Повинуемся с честью.
Ivan's men cut down the Mongol reinforcements, ensuring they could not bolster the enemy's numbers on the fords.
Латники с честью, повиновение.
Направляйте разумно. Приступаю по скору.
Надо вы готовыми быть. Сделаю, як и накажете.
Латники готовы к брани с нашей. Буду радоваться с...
Ожидаем наказы!
Латники слушают наказ. Латники направь, повинуюсь с честью. Напред, латники! Латник, наказ там есть. Латники готовы к браницу.
Внемлить дали нам наказ. Идти надо. Строите надобно. Идем по скору все. Возведу все, яко прикажете. Ладно, есть.
Куда стрелу? Да, иду скоро. Куда меня будет сделано?
Слушайте все. Сейчас наказы будут. Возведу все, яко прикажете.
Буду радоваться с вами, сражайтесь тесно. Получен наказ. Буду держать позицию. Наказы слушай. Наказы новые суть.
Слушайте все. Новые наказы суть. Труд искусен есть.
Землите, воины! Поражать безжалостно! Не бойтесь! Есть повиновение! Антики слушают!
Люди готовы, судьи! Идем! Обратно! Ожидаем наказ! Строиться надобно!
Наше дело прет наперед! Не бойтесь!
Оружие, как трань, изничтожило сапоги наши!
Ivan's Rus army stood strong at the Ugra crossings and would not allow the horde to advance towards Moscow. The Lithuanian numbers that had been promised to the horde had not arrived. The Khan was forced to order a retreat. Ivan ordered his men to burn what remained of the Mongol camp and drive the enemy out of Muscovite territory.
Землите, воины! Наказы слушайте, воины! Повинуюсь непрекословен. Наказы новые суть, наказ давний. Радуйтесь с вами, сражайтесь тесно. Расслабленные! Наказы новые суть, немедленно наказ исполнен. Антики на брань устремляются! Верно, стой! Повинуйся непрекословен! Наше дело правое есть!
Through perseverance and a mighty display of force, Ivan held the Ugra River, blocking the Mongols from reaching Moscow. The Rus had finally cast aside the shackles of the Golden Horde.